What's happening, y'all? How y'all doing? Y'all are some of my favorites, and I keep missing you. What's up, me love? Big up yourself. What's up? What's up? Hello, there go my brother Marquise in the building. I am so glad I caught you guys. We always, I don't know what to be doing. Blessings to you forevermore, too, brother Payne. What's up, Winsome, me love? How y'all doing? Tell me what's happening. What's happening? You guys getting it ready for? Do you guys celebrate Thanksgiving? What y'all plan on doing? What are you guys doing? I hope everybody is doing well. And you know the thing too, I noticed with a few of you guys, I miss you guys, and then I when I come back, I end up being on the live. Yes, me too. Listen, oh my gosh, life has been crazy. Ooh, my goodness, my goodness, my goodness, honey, I tell you, life has been ooh, life has been lifing. And honey, I have been busy and going, around and around. So many things to take care of, so many medical things, and just living. And I'm grateful. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying too much I go on. So you know what I mean. Too much is going on, and I just need to really chill back and relax a little. Because when you go and flying around like that, it'll run you down. You know what I mean? I know it runs me down. So I just been chilling out and trying my best to live my best life here, because when you run up too much you get stressed out. Oh yeah, I know in Canada's different, I know. Yeah, already. Yeah, it's different, I know. It's different just like with voting. You don't vote the same way. You don't vote, you know what I mean? Like everybody's running around here with the voting. Well, it's over now. But I'm just saying a lot of people been running around and they don't realize a lot of folks, in Canada is different. But yeah, I'm just talking to, everybody that, celebrates, later on, in this month. And for whoever already has celebrated, because I have a lot of my Canadian friends that have already, I've already wished them well for Thanksgiving, and it's different timing for everything. You know how it is. But I'm glad that everybody's doing all right and in one piece because there's a lot going on out here, y'all. Listen, this thing here, I promise you, even though the voting is done, people are going crazy about the outcome. This thing with the voting, and we don't even need it in the world because there's too much trouble. There's so much people out here that's angry and full of hate. I mean, listen, bad, ball out, bad. I know there's so many people that's at work that when they found out who voted, they left their jobs. People were fighting. I got a friend in Houston, and she said that when they went to vote, because they voted the school and the libraries before they selected a candidate already. See, I'm speaking of past and present because this is all still going on right now. And she said they was out like if you go in to vote and you wear something that represents who you're voting for, they start pop 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 at danger. And now that they already selected the candidate, everybody is going crazy with fighting at jobs, in public, in the stores, out of anger because who they wanted didn't get picked, or who they wanted got picked, and they're angry. This is sad. This is sad how people can just fall off over something that's nobody's business. And for people to get mad about who's voting for who, it's not your right to judge anybody. Even if you don't believe in what they believe in, it's nobody's business. Whoever you vote for is your business, and it's bad. I promise you, there's been a lot of bad things surrounded by voting, but I have never seen it as bad as it is these days. She said, "Me too. I will be in and out." Oh yeah, I know you got back home, Winsome. I remember. I've been in your lives since you've been back home. So I know you got to get back on track, and it's different. It's different when you get back. You got to settle back in, and eating, everything, everything. But I'm glad that you made it back safely. Yes, that's where I got the idea from, Winsome. Yes, you already know. You already know. Back home. What's up, Miss Tamika? How you doing? Blessings to you. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for being here. I'm glad that everybody is, in one piece and living their best life. I hope everybody is looking forward to an awesome weekend, giving some thanks and praise because I'm telling you, one thing people don't realize about life can be enjoyed, but at the same time, if you don't go about it the right way, to swallow you whole. You feel me? It's bad stuff that can happen just to the mind. You know what I mean? Your mind alone can put you on a ride. And I just had some things here. Yesterday was a very busy mix-up day, and I had so much different stuff that was going on, that stuff that tries to break you. You know what I mean? Stuff that tries to break you, especially when you're going back to work after these type of holidays, and you know the candidates, all this is serious business. It's time for people to get themselves together and do live life because this is bad. I mean, everywhere and with me, see, I don't do all that debating. I don't care who vote, who don't vote, who you vote for. It's none of my business. I don't judge people, but I'm telling you, people will try to get in your life like, oh yeah, you glad, just in anywhere, the grocery store, doctor's office. You know what I mean? Walking down the street, oh, did you vote? Yo, we got who? And they want problem. They want problem. How you doing, Red Rum? Thank you so much for stopping in. This thing, and see, people don't understand. Even though they have selected a candidate, and I'm not starting no politic drama here because I don't do drama. You get what I'm saying? I don't do drama, but I feel that I'm adult enough and I can deal with people here that's around, that we can have a little conversation about the conduct. It doesn't matter. I'm not saying who voted, who didn't, or whatever. Just like I had one of my friends, she was doing a live, and some people started talking about politics in her live. This was before they made a selection, and they were talking, and then they asked her. Now she does a cooking channel, so I'm in the live, and like 5 different people was asking her, did she vote, and she told them no. And they said, oh, you're not right, you should have voted, you should vote, blah blah blah. And she said, once again, I live in Canada. I got so many friends that live in Canada, so that's a difference. But see, that shows you how ignorant people can be when they're out in the pursuit of what they want, instead of paying attention to what's really going on out here in the world. We got to stop all of this stuff here and stay in your lane. I always tell people, stay in your lane, because you cannot get mad at a choice that somebody else made, but yet you want to be able to make the choice you want to make. I'm glad you're doing well, Red Rum. It's nice to see you. It's been a while. Thank you so much for coming in. And I'm telling you, y'all, it is so easy to fall off. Do you understand? I'm telling you, yesterday, mind you, with me, I just had 2 surgeries back here, about 2 months ago, and I'm still not all the way right yet. You understand where I'm coming from? And I promise you, yesterday I was out, and even more so what occurred yesterday than me, being grateful and, making it through having 2 surgeries. This stuff set me back, some things that happened yesterday mentally. And I talked with some family and people about it. And if you sit back and allow the world and how people act and behave destroy your mind, you lose. You understand? Because it can make you, it can have, it can happen so quick where you get detached from your moral bearings of what you're here to do and what life means to you. And just to get caught up in moments. And I had some moments yesterday. I didn't get caught up, but it touched me. You get what I'm saying? It touched me because there was so much negativity going on. Even when I got up, when I got up, from the day that they selected a candidate, there's a lot of people that was acting a fool. I didn't even know who they picked. I didn't even care. And I'm not being disrespectful. I'm not saying that I don't pay attention to what's going on politic wise to know what's going on in the world. But I can't let that take me down because I really don't have that much control. If I wanted to vote or I don't vote, I'm independent, whatever it may be, even though, like I said, I'm talking past tense and present. I can't do it. I'm not with the foolishness. I can't do the drama. I don't play the game. And I, and for for a few minutes there, me and a family member were talking about, and I said, you know what, let's get moving. Let it be what it's going to be. But for the rest of a lot of people out in here in the world, they just have been so negative and all over social media. It's all over the news. You can't even get on without something is said, and people are hating and angry. I promise you, I have one of my family members that started off with them when they started back work. People were transferring their jobs and leaving their jobs after they found out somebody that they've been working next to for years. Once they found out who this person voted for or who won and who supported the candidate that won, they hated each other at work. Away, garbage. I'm back. Yes, thank you, Winsome. Yeah, and I know you've been gone, sweetie, because I've been with you through the whole Jamaica trip and when you came back to Canada and getting things back in order. Don't you remember when I was in your live, Winsome, and you were saying you were talking about your dog and how your dog was missing you and loving on you? So I've been with you all the while. You probably because you got a lot of people in your live, you probably didn't see my comment, but I've been with you since then. You already know I'm never far from you. But yeah, people are angry. People are doing different stuff. Even when the voting was just started, like I said, I have a friend that live in Houston. She said that when they were going in to vote, because it's different places, even at the schools and the libraries, if you go in to vote and certain people outside that's standing around or in their cars, if they see you wearing some kind of pendant showing who you voting for, they start pop, 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 pop. Seriously. I don't want to talk negative on here, but yeah, firecrackers is going off because they got mad because they see who you want to vote for, and then you got a lot of people that now after they selected the candidate, there's people that are mad because they don't like the candidate that was selected, and then the people that got the candidate they want, they're out here behaving nasty, very nasty. Like if you see one of the people that voted for the person that got picked, they would say, hey, yes, our ruler is in office, man. How do you feel about it? And if you don't respond, they're upset. The grocery store, gas station, clowning around with these people that you don't really have control. The only thing you can do is if you vote. I know people in Canada and different people that got a criminal, history can't vote. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the people that can vote and how they're behaving about who's selected. And you got to remember, you got the independent, you got the no voting, and then you got two different parties. It's nobody's business what your right is. Do you understand what I mean? Who can judge you about what's your choice and not judge themselves? I had one girl that I met not too long ago, a couple of months back, and I ran into her in the store, and she told me, she said all of her life, anytime her mother, when it was time to vote, her mother never would tell her father, which was her husband, who she voted for, and she said, because that's my business. You see what I'm trying to tell you? Because people do not know how to agree to disagree. People do not know how to mind their own business, because that's what this really boils down to. You got to remember, you can't always have what you want. So if it's somebody that is the party that you wanted and they didn't get voted in, you got to remember your party was voted in another time. It is what it is. The only thing you can do is fight against the adversities and whatever that may affect you, but most of all, give it to God, because he's the only one that can control this. No matter what we go through, good or bad, it is not wasted. You understand what I mean? We can't play these games in life, y'all. It's too short. You don't even know. A lot of people always say, which they should. And what are you planning on doing 5 years from now, 10 years from now? And obviously we believe in God and life and living, but sometimes you don't even know if you're going to live in the next 5 minutes. Nobody got time for to be messed up mentally and emotionally over something like this when you can't even control if you're going to be breathing in 5 minutes. You can't, it's not right. And even if you got somebody in here that's going to be against what you believe in, you still have to be a soldier and fight and stand up for what you believe in and live your best life. These people, even the candidate that didn't get picked, that person is wealthy and still living a good life whether they got picked or not. And it's always going to be a win-lose when it comes to this type of thing. And the whole thing is God is always expressing to us that we all need to get along. And it's sad that they can't bring both parties together and give and take a little bit so that everybody will come out on top. You understand what I mean? This is not a black and white thing. This is a red, white, and blue thing. A lot of people don't pay attention to that. Everybody keep running up in these corners with all of this foolishness. Live your life and mind your business. If you stay in your lane, you won't have accidents. You get what I'm saying? You won't be the cause of an accident. How about that? We got to do better than this. This is not what's going on. This is with all of this foolishness. Everybody always be me, I. That's not what life is about. If you really are like a good person and trying to live your best life, you have to realize that a lot of this stuff is not about you getting your way all the time. It's about living a productive life. And if you are a believer in God, I'm not pushing religion off on anybody, whether you're Jehovah Witness, Baptist, Pentecostal. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you, your character, and who you are as a human being, and how you walk, breathe, look, and see every day, and how you care about other people. Not just your daughter, your son, my coworker, my grandfather. I'm talking about people that you don't even know. You have to spread the love. God loves us all. YouTube has been profound in a way where it's made it possible for us to reach people around the world, because I know a lot of us are travelers, because I'm a traveler, because I'm from a mixed background, so I'm a traveler. But there's some places I'll never be able to go to. Okay, Winsome, I understand, sweetie. Go ahead and do your thing. Coming back on. Okay, sweetie, thank you. He says we have to learn to, yes, consider and have compassion. Yes, yes, yes. Love, faith, and trust. Amen. And you know what? I'm telling you, man, listen. You really touch base on that, Red Rum. I respect that. I appreciate that. And that's exactly what I'm saying. We have to be better than our circumstances. You understand? Love don't cost a thing. Love don't cost a thing. And I mean, and there is consequences to love. We know that. But see, when you're walking in that kind of peace, it always turns out for the good, no matter what you go through or stumble across on your journey. God will always give you a path to win, no matter. Because see, people don't understand that. People, when it comes to God, a lot of people feel like, if we have a God, why do we have sicknesses and death and hate and cruelty? That's because God gives us free will. He doesn't want to force us to have a relationship with Him. He couldn't make us do everything He wants us to do. And what fun would that be? He wants you to come willingly with open arms because you believe in Him and you want to be a good steward. So there's no force there. So whatever choices that we make as mankind in the world is what leads our path to where we're going. And a lot of people don't understand. Sometimes we learn better from our mistakes than we do getting it right the first time around. You understand what I mean? Sometimes we got to go through something to get to something. And some of the worst stuff that's happened to us, we can either let it make us bitter, or we can let it make us better. You understand what I'm saying? And I realize with a lot of that type of stuff like that, you when you fall, you can always get back up. You understand what I mean? Rome wasn't built overnight. We really, really have to pay attention to how we present our spiritual side. And a lot of people don't seem to understand that you cannot get out here and not care about how other people feel. Hey, Spirit, thank you for stopping in. I appreciate you, darling. Thank you for coming. And we got a lot of stuff that we got to get right. We have to embrace our journey. We can rush to fail or take our time to succeed. It's one love. Just like with all these different religions and all this stuff, I don't tell nobody what to do. I meet a lot of people that's atheists. That's none of my business. Whoever voted, all this stuff is out of control, even right now. Even though people know that it's stamped in who's the winner, who's going to be the candidate, people are still out of control out here. Do you understand what I'm saying? And it's sad that we have to treat each other that way for something that's none of your business. It's none of your business who you voted for. It's nobody's business who you voted for. Just like they want who they want, you want who you want. So why don't you mind your business, and whatever happens, happens. There's nothing we can do. And no matter if we get somebody in that's going to be what you want them to be, you have to do your part. This is not a game. If you want to make it to the finish line, you're not going to get there by in somebody else's business. And like I said, the grass may be greener on the other side, but it still has to be mowed. There's no free pass. But we're going to be judged by what we do and how we behave, not what somebody else is doing. How can you say, well, you know what, I voted for this person, okay, and that's your business. But if you find out I voted for somebody you didn't like, you're upset with me, but I'm not upset with you. Don't worry about it. Worry about your blood pressure, getting your next mortgage payment, living another day, being healthy, having some food to eat. You can't control this stuff. And like I said, there's nothing even to feel sorry for whatever candidate that didn't get picked, because that person's already, these people are already wealthy, man. They don't really care about you like that. I'm telling you, some people will tell you what you want to hear just to get your vote, and then they'll turn around and do something totally different. And you know that God is not about, the negativity. So anytime you get somebody in the office that that's going to do something out here that's going to make your life harder, and no matter what area it may be, you don't fight that with anger and hate. You go through it with grace, and you got to deal with it. Because if you're on that same page of negativity, it's easier to keep tankering down. Don't worry about quantity, worry about quality. God has a plan for all of our lives. Faith confirms your salvation. Faith is confirmation of what we cannot see. And we got to take that seriously. To be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. And that's another thing that we all struggle with as well, too, is, losing people in our lives. You know what I mean? And I know that there has been a lot of people, even just with this campaigning alone, that have been injured. You know what I mean? We really got to do better than this. People don't fail to plan. They fail the plan. You get what I mean? And that's the truth. When God gives you the life, you gotta listen to what He's saying so that you know what to do if you want to witness. Because see, I don't want to sit back and really just look at all the bad things that's happened to me and total them up like that's everything. You got to take in this life, because love and hate will never be friends. Do you understand what I mean? In this life. So you have to take the good with the bad, but you can't go to heaven if you don't have no experience with pain and sorrow and loss. Then what do you think heaven's all about? You can't just go stepping up into heaven and not know what it's like, how to treat people, what it feels like to have loss, what it feels like to have struggles. Those are the necessities of life to get you to where you need to go. But if you don't experience this, how you going to live? How you going to get up into heaven and you don't know nothing but one thing? Forgiveness, too. Forgiveness is something, you guys, that I've had a lot of experience with working on. And I promise you, if it wasn't for like what God is saying and me listening, I would be in a trap, because I didn't know what to do. Like, because I would forgive people, but know that they were capable of doing the same harm again, and that just kept me repeatedly for long years of my life being hurt and dogged out, and blocking my blessings because I'm allowing somebody to do me harm. And I realized forgiveness can be like setting the prisoner free, and the prisoner was me. Yes, you see what I mean? Not in this life. Now, see, God planned for love and hate. You know what I mean? Did not, not to be together. You get what I'm saying? It was just supposed to be all peace and love. But in this life, it's obviously this is not the promised land. You get what I'm saying? This is not the promised land. We can't have peace if we don't understand grace. You see, this is all of the teachings that I promise you, y'all. If I didn't tap into some of this stuff and I mess up too, though. So I'm not trying to brag or act like I'm, doing it up, because I get upset around here. I curse sometimes. I'll get mad, and I'm gonna tell you, yeah, negative thoughts. I promise you. But what I do is I try my best to repent, learn from it, and get better at it each time so that I can move forward. Don't live just to live this life. Plan for eternity, because this ain't what you want. This is our trials and tribulations right now. You got to go through something to get to something. We have to stop saying I got lucky when we didn't get lucky. God gave us favor. These are the things that I'm trying to get right, y'all, because I be messing up. God can make old things new again. I have something. I got a T-shirt, and I also have like a cliche that I want to make sure that my family understands about me when you know when it's the right time for me to tell them, because I don't want, and I know a lot of people say that, if something happened to me, I don't want you guys to cry. I want you guys to, have a good time, because I know one person decided to have like a painting party for their funeral celebration instead of at the wake and at the all that. And that's how I feel. I don't want anybody to be knocked down, but I want them to process the loss of me and feel what they feel, fight through those emotions, and get back on top of things. But you can't tell nobody how to grieve or how to feel. But I don't want a drab, and I'm not saying it to disrespect anybody that like the regular, processions of having a wake and a funeral. I don't want that kind of thing. I don't want that kind of thing where everybody is, when they first get together, we'll just say they're going to the funeral, everybody hugging and kissing each other and doing crying and that type of thing. He says, "Me too. I would like to have my funeral be a party, a celebration." Yes, I won't have it no other way. I can't, I cannot even right now, just being here, I cannot stress it to my family enough. Please do not let when I'm not here make you bitter. Let it make you better, because you got to remember, the relationship that we had cannot be destroyed just because I'm not physically here. And I know a lot of people don't understand that, but I'm getting there, because I've been working on a lot of stuff myself, and one of the hardest is accepting deaths. You understand what I mean? But at the same time, if you don't accept them and process them properly, it will destroy the rest of your life. And I promise you, I have been guilty of that. You have to understand what stages are healthy and when you get it together. And I know it's better said than done, but it's the reality, it's the truth. Even in the Bible, it says that you're not supposed to grieve no more than 30 days. Now, obviously, when you've been with somebody a lifetime, or just experiencing this person's life in your world, and you being a part of them, whether it's a kid, grandma, aunt, baby, whoever it may be, you just have to get yourself together. If you do what he said, you understand what I mean? This is what I'm working on too. You cannot allow yourself to fall completely down and stay down when it comes to any type of losses like that, because you're not doing what God said. And we're all God people, and he chooses a time for us to come home, and we can't stop that. But we can respond to how we react to it. I don't want every time somebody think of it, it's my birthday or Christmas, they got to break down and fall apart and don't eat, go on a drinking binge. I mean, you gotta process. You know what I mean? You gotta process how you feel, because what kills me too is that a lot of people are so quick to say, "Oh yeah, you need to stop that crying and stop that." No, you listen. If you first of all, God gave us emotions for a reason, so we have to utilize them. We all got so many different emotions that we have to utilize so that we can understand how it is to be a good person, to live a good, humble life. If you don't experience what anxiety is, depression, sad, loss, how can you go to heaven when you know nothing? I mean, it's different if it's an innocent baby that didn't live, or a child of somebody that didn't live life. Obviously, they're blessed, but we're born into sin. But you cannot tell the person, "Oh, you need to get over it." It's not like that. That's not how that works. You have to take time and process it. I've known some people that have been totally living good lives, and one loss, and maybe even a pet, and they became mentally ill for the rest of their life and got catatonic and never got back well again. That's not the life that God wanted us to have. You know what I'm saying? And I know that, like I said before, I'm talking, and I know things are better said than done, but I'm telling you, if you sit back and throw your life away from me, I don't think I could rest in peace. You got to remember, whenever you don't got yourself together, people are still around you. See, people don't know that when people are gone, you know how they always say when you go to funerals, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. You're not there. You understand what I mean? So if you have a spiritual connection, I'm not talking about sexual and, yeah, I got to touch you physically. Some of that right there, that's a part of the body. But when it comes to ashes, dust to dust, the spirit is separating from the body. So if you have a real connection, that's why I keep telling, like, my family, don't forget what we have spiritually. No man can touch that. Nobody, even the devil, cannot do anything with the soul unless you give it to him. You understand what I'm saying? So with that being said, there's no way that I would want anybody in my family to fall apart and ruin their life. I'm not saying that I don't want them, if they take a couple of weeks or some time to be hurt because I'm not here. It's different physically because I'm not here. I know that. That's all, because it's better said than done. But I'm telling you, you're a lot stronger than what you think, and God's will be done. You get what I'm saying? But if you don't go about it the right way, you destroy yourself and you destroy the promise God has given you for your life, because we all are here for a reason and a season. But I don't want anybody to, because I promise you, I remember when I had a funeral a long time ago of a family member, and I messed my life up for many years after that, because I didn't understand God. I didn't know my self-worth, and I didn't have myself together, and I didn't understand what it is to be, connected to somebody spiritually. You know what I mean? And a lot of people don't understand. I'm not talking about psychic, and I'm not judging people that believe in any of that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Lord Jesus Christ. That's what I'm talking about. That connection that He gives you, you're not alone. You're not alone. And I always look at that, and I don't want nobody ever to feel any kind of way when I'm not here and not enjoy the rest of their life. You have to understand that. You know what I mean? We have to understand that, we got more. Even when you think about memories, like right now, I have quite a few people in my family that I feel awful because they have been gone over 20 years, that I can barely remember them. And and it's not that I don't remember them, it's just not as vivid as it was. But I think that's some comfort that God provides for us, so that we can kind of somber down, you know what I mean, and not be so tensed on it. And once you got somebody, just like when you have a funeral, you notice how when you go to the funeral, no disrespect to anybody, you know how it be. People gather and they see each other outside the funeral home, they hug and kiss, and then they get inside and everybody, oh, I'm sorry for your loss. You know how we do it. I'm not making light of it. I'm just saying. And then you do that, and people get up there and say some nice things or whatever. And and then you go, some people have a wake and a funeral, so they'll do something the day before, and then they'll do a wake, and then everybody drive to the cemetery. Then after they drive to the cemetery, they go back to somebody's house or wherever the event's going to be, and people will eat and laugh and talk, and then after that wears off, they fall back apart again. We need those stages, but I don't want that when I'm not here. I can't. I don't want that. I don't want that, because I'm going to be right along with you guys in spirit. So if I'm somewhere all broke down and all of that, I can't do it. I can't do it. I want people to cry, process, feel how you feel, have the moments, think about me, but don't let it destroy you, because it can make you bitter or it can make you better. Please. And I keep telling my family that I don't want you to feel lost, because I've already did what I'm supposed to do here. And if you can't respect that enough, you're going to mess your own life up while I'm okay. You know what I mean? You can't stop it. Your destiny is going to outweigh your history. Think about that. Your destiny is greater than your past. Come on now. Come on now. Where'd you going? Where you going? Think about it. We have to believe to achieve. Don't let the evil of your haters bring you down. This is the stuff that I'm saying. Sin blocks your blessing. On time is late. You know? And folks don't seem to understand what that means. But you gotta do better, because you know how bad it feels. Even just say, for instance, even for us right now, if we tell people, like, when we leave, what we want to do and how we want it to be, but you know how you have acted with loss in your life, because just like I'm telling folks that I don't want them to feel no kind of way when I'm not here, I've acted a fool with losses in my family. Like I told you, I had one loss, I'd say two main losses in my life. I've allowed to destroy way over 20 years of my life, because, like I said, I didn't know God, I didn't know my self-worth, and I wasn't connected properly spiritually. Even though I'm still struggling with getting the understanding, and the people that I'm talking about, I almost can't even remember them, but I know what it feels like. You remember how they said people can, kind of like they know, but they don't know, because it kind of starts fading. And I think that's a comfort that's provided, that we don't see ahead of time like that, so we cry for it now. You know what I mean? And I'm trying my best to make sure that folks are able to grieve properly, the best of their ability. And if it takes you, for a little ride, it's okay. But get back up, because who's gonna, who's gonna want to see somebody go all the way down like that? My friend bless and I bless to hear. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Red Rum. You know what I'm saying? Because we got to do better than this. Because between love and hate, there's mercy. Our pain today will be our strength tomorrow. And I promise you, you put some time on it. We're not supposed to talk bad about ourselves or others. The word of God is better than life storms. Be quick to hear, slow to speak. Be steadfast under trial to receive your crown of life. Do you understand what that means? Be steadfast under trial to receive your crown of life. Meaning all of this that we live through and have to deal with, we have to fight. You're not going to get to heaven just for, I believe. Oh, praise the Lord. Hey, God bless you. Amen. That's not what that is. That's not that's just verbal. You have to shine so bright that God can see you. Not just to try to prove something to everybody else because, oh, she got to, she goes to church. He goes to church. Oh, they're always saying kind words. That's not what gets you into heaven. You know what I mean? Oh, you're so sweet, Red Rum. Thank you, Winsome. You understand what I mean? There's way more to it than that. But see, we're a lot of us are worried about impressing people instead of God. And he don't even want us to impress him. He wants us to live the life that he's given us. He don't need to be impressed by us because everything that we need to know, he already know. And if we knew anything, if we knew everything, why would we need God? The blind will see, the deaf will hear. You understand? When we all rise up. And this is what I keep telling folks. You have to be accountable for yourself and own your stuff. Because I have to, a lot of times I'm telling you, y'all, I have to break it down. You hear me? I get up here, you want to flip the birds to somebody in the traffic. You want to tussle with somebody at the cash register. We all do it, thinking negative thought, cursing and stuff like that. You know how we do. We all make mistakes, but the thing is, it's what you do about it. It's what you do about it in the end. A lot of people don't understand that some of the cruelest people that we've had out here in the world are going to be sitting in heaven before one of us make it if we don't get ourselves together. Action speaks louder than words. Amen. People like to judge. You understand what I mean? Just like we got two women here. I'm going to say this woman's here because she unlived her 4 kids because I'm trying to talk properly on YT, not to, be disrespectful. But she took her kids away. You know what I'm saying? Then the other woman, she is the first lady of the church. She does the bake sales. She's, puts the congregation together. She watches the kids while the parents attend the church service. And then you say, well, which one of them are going to heaven? And everybody's so quick. Oh, the first lady. But see, the first lady wasn't pure in her heart, but the one that unlived her kids, that's the one really going to heaven. See, we're looking for something that you cannot necessarily see with the naked eye. Can't nobody necessarily show you the God in them because only he knows what's true in your heart. You can pretend, but that don't mean that you're saved. That don't mean that you're sanctified. Love is beauty of the soul. We all drive down Mercy Street. You understand what I'm saying? And every time I speak about that, when I say Mercy Street, everybody, what do you mean Mercy Street? Okay, this is what Mercy Street is. And this is just a little synopsis that I made up myself. I didn't get this from nobody. This is just how I look at things, and I might be wrong. And if I am, please correct me. But I'm just trying to give you an idea of what Mercy Street looks like to me because we all drive down Mercy Street. What is Mercy Street? Somebody gets married. Somebody gets divorced. Somebody has a child. Somebody lost a child. Somebody bought a new car. Somebody lost their car. Somebody bought their first house. Somebody's homeless. Do you understand what I'm saying? We all get to drive down Mercy Street. One person don't get everything. Money cannot buy love. If you weigh money over morals, I would go with morals any day because money is not what's going to get you into heaven. People got to really please pay attention to that because I think folks don't understand. Just like a lot of these people, and I'm not judging anybody or trying to be rude or disrespect nobody, but just like look at all these famous people. Everybody, not everybody, but quite a few people have been idolizing these people. And look what they're turning out to be, some of the worst people in the world. And you're fooled by what? The money, the career, the talent? You don't even know the man. You see what I mean? And you flock behind these folks more than you will bow to God. And I always tell people, nobody has to bow to me. The only time anybody bow down to me is not even bowing, but to ask for my hand in marriage. I don't never think that I'm bigger or better than anyone because that's not how God created us to be like that. We're not supposed to treat each other like that. You know what I mean? Fear is a dead end. Faith has a future. Fear is a dead end. Faith has a future. Y'all know what it is. To run. Yes. Oh, thank you so much. Bless you, Red Rum, and I hope you have a super duper awesome weekend, y'all. And let's keep up the faith, y'all, because I'm gonna tell you, I fall on my sword many times a day. But you know what's good about it? I always get back up. That's the whole thing, no matter how far. Because I'm gonna tell you, I got deep yesterday, y'all. And I'm not playing games or acting foolish or pretending. I got real deep in my feelings yesterday, and I realized that I can't do that. I can't do that. God bless you, Red Rum. I appreciate everything. Because I got to the point where I was doing the most. You know what I mean? Like really allowing my feelings to take me somewhere that I don't even have to go. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to go there. I just allowed myself to be weakened by some circumstances that I could control if I wanted to before I let it catch me. You know what I mean? Because it's easy to get down, especially, like I just say, for instance, and I'm just using this for synopsis, just going through a couple of surgeries here recently and a few things happening in your family that may not be right. People may not be getting along right and things like that. And you just try to sit there and think of all the worst stuff that's happening in your life. Oh, poor me. Oh, I. And then you turn on the TV and see a commercial and somebody that just passed away or hungry. You should be ashamed. You get what I'm saying? Did you wake up quickly then? You understand? And see, those are the times that you're supposed to call on God too. Is when you're going through something, but when you're doing good. And everybody always say, "Oh, when you're sick, I pray for you. Oh, your family, I pray for you." No, I want you to pray for me when I'm up, down, the middle, on the side. Pray for me 24/7 because I got to ask for God guidance every day, all day. I wouldn't be able to make it because we're all imperfect. We're all stewards. We all have to find what we call life. Because if you don't, and I'm telling you, listen, I'm talking from seriously, falling apart millions of times, it seems like. And I got many more to go. There's no way that I can sit up here and act like I'm a super Christian because I'm working on my salvation. So I'm not going to be phony or fake because I'm flawed. I'm imperfect. But you know what? I can only be me and I like me. You understand what I'm saying? Let's get this thing, y'all, because it's easy. I promise you. Yesterday was a day that came up on me, and I was crying inside and talking and laughing. And I expressed that to a family member. I said, this conversation we're having, I said, I feel like crying and laughing. And I was. Because I had so many emotions hitting me at one time that I didn't stop to allow God to soothe me because I was so intent on I know what I got to do to get right. It wasn't that. Look at what you got instead, and look how far you came. Sometimes we ain't got to look at how far we got to go. How far have we came? And I know this is better said than done because I'm telling you, listen, mental health, this is what it turns to be. Even if you don't have a diagnosis, and I'm not judging nobody, whether you got ADHD, bipolar, schizophrenia, even if you don't have any of those diagnoses, it could be a situation or a circumstance in your life that will flip you upside down. Do you understand what I mean? Some great loss in your life, and then you add everything negative into it. You know how it be. Oh, well, today I lost my job. Last week I didn't have enough food in my house. Once you start that, you know what I'm trying to tell you. You're not looking at tomorrow, 5 minutes from now can be better if I put it in God's hands. You get what I mean? We're so quick to, yeah, man, look in my life. And I'm telling you, I started feeling that too. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this. Tired of what? You ain't done nothing. You walk through here like Jesus, then you can talk. Stop. And I promise you, and it's so hard sometimes to fight that. But when you believe in God and you have Him present in your life, when you get like that, you have to seek Him. And it's hard. Listen, y'all, I done been to the edge. You understand what I'm saying? Listen. Oh my gosh, y'all! I'm telling you, we done buried kids. We done, don't let me get this book because I need to write a book about some of this stuff. I have gotten to some points where I scared me. I've had to get up in the mirror and look at myself. I have gotten, y'all gonna hear me repeat this because when I talk about this, this is reality and this is stuff I gotta meditate and live by every day to stay on top of all of this foolishness that can happen and blocks your blessings. Some I get so messed up, you guys, around here that I have to cry. And do you guys remember that kind of cry that we've all had back when we were younger? And even we got little kids around us now that cry that way. You know that deep down hunka cry. You know when you deal with a child and they've done something pretty bad. Little kids, different ages, teenagers, and they've done something really bad, or grown folks different ages, and you know you've done something really bad or something awful has happened, and you know that cry. I have to break myself and get humbled down to the mighty hand a lot of times to get my bearings in perspective because sometimes I fall too far down. Fooling around out here, letting people control me, trying to run my own life when I know I have to let God do it all over the people and over what I think and say and do myself. I can't do it. I've been getting some times like that, even with me just now, the surgeries that I've had. The surgeries that I've just had, one of the surgeries I didn't want to get, but they said if I get one, it's best to get the other. And I have been having some complications with the second surgery, and I had a device put in me, and it hadn't been working right. You know what I mean? So now, I started looking like, oh gosh, I'm gonna have to give surgery and get it taken out. And instead, I decided, listen, this may take a little bit longer to heal. Put it in God's hand, and no matter what you got to do, stop dreading everything and be grateful. Do you understand what I'm talking about? Listen here, y'all. I was in a live, and I've said this before. Like I said, don't think, oh, we over there, and Rruk is saying the same thing again. Oh, I'm not gonna stop because it took more than one time for me to learn how to tie my shoe, for me to learn how to drive and ride a bike. Some of this stuff you have to have renewed in your life daily to keep on trucking. You get what I'm saying? Let's rock, let's roll. But I'm going to tell you, I was sitting here, right, one day, and I was watching a live, and I have a sister over in Africa. And, we all talking with her in the live, and she's walking. They're videoing it. She's walking, carrying dirty water for miles to bring back home, right? And while she's doing that, I'm talking to her and saying, hopefully, you guys will get some funding to get a well in your neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? We talk all of this stuff, wishing that. And is there some kind of, place we can donate to help you out in your country? Blah, blah, blah. I'm saying all of this. Everybody's in the live talking. And while I'm saying that, me and myself, guess what I said to myself? Oh my gosh, I don't want to have to go clean my refrigerator. I don't feel like cleaning the refrigerator. Do you see we can get this woman is walking miles with dirty water, and I am worried about cleaning a refrigerator? Do you see how ungrateful we can be? Do you see how we can be if you think about it? Too tush tush. You know what I mean? And it needs to stop. And I realized, girl, to myself, Rruk, girl, think about what you're thinking. You way out there. What the heck is going on? Are you kidding me? Are you actually sitting here while this girl is struggling harder than you? You worried about cleaning out your refrigerator, and she don't even have a refrigerator? See, this is where we go. And see, and the thing is, too, it's not about me saying, well, she has dirty water and I'm doing better than her. It's not that. It's just that being grateful for what you got, no matter what it is. And she was carrying that water. That's the point that I'm trying to make. It wasn't like, oh, well, look, she's not, that's not the message that I'm giving here. What I'm saying is being grateful, and she was grateful for that, but yet I'm complaining about cleaning out a refrigerator. Y'all understand what I'm talking about? This right here, it shows you how silly and ridiculous we can be. And like I said before, we have to go through something to get to something. How do you know what pain is if you ain't experienced nothing? How does God give us mercy if he hasn't seen the pain? So how can we be exempt from the pain? These are the things that we need to really, really lock into and pay attention to. And I promise you, y'all, yesterday was a day that I felt like, and I when I'm going, like getting back out, going into stores, I'm feeling so worn out real quick. Like being in the store 10 to 15 minutes, I feel wiped out. And I know it's because my surgeries haven't got, I'm not all the way healed from it. You know what I'm saying? And I kept saying to myself, go somewhere and sit down then. You understand what I mean? You might have to leave the store. I don't care if it means you got to put everything back. Go somewhere and get yourself together and stop complaining. Go on and sit down. Even if you in the store and you got to go find a bench or something somewhere, or right now you can't shop, you got to just go on and put everything back. Do what you got to do, but stop complaining because things could be a lot worse, and being a lot worse is not nothing to compare yourself to anybody else. Yes, a breakfast one, huh? I think there's a dessert in there too. Yeah, I realized that, and this is the thing too. I'm trying to watch how I speak, even though I'm probably going to make the same mistakes again because I'm learning too. But I promise you, I'm trying not to always say, "Look, that could be worse. That could be worse." Sometimes it's not even about that it could be worse. It is what it is, and let that be. Don't try to that you got to have it be worse for you to get yourself right. You should be able to turn yourself around regardless. And even if you don't, keep trying. Because I was looking at that, and we always say, oh, yeah, it could have been a lot of worse, or at least this didn't happen, at least that didn't happen. Sometimes you just got to think, you know what, I'm all right. Because going through all of those categories, sometimes it's too much, and sometimes you need to go through a lot of different things to get to where you are. That's why you hear a lot of people always say that if I was able to change certain things in my life, I wouldn't change a thing. And that's because of what they went through made them who they are today. And that's what it took for them to be who they are. So they can't regret it. And it could be a lot of horrible things that has happened to them on this journey called life. But some of it it had to happen to you for you to be where you are today. Because and even when it's bad stuff, and a lot of people don't understand that. Anytime when you speak about like some negative stuff, I mean, with me, I've been through a lot of horrible stuff in my life, and a lot of it, I really, you know, didn't want it, and wouldn't want it again. But if that was some kind of teaching that I had to go through to be able to live longer, then maybe that's what it should have been you know. But I wouldn't have wanted it. But it is what it is. You get what I'm saying? We can't pick it all. You can't. We gotta do better, y'all. And I'm telling you, I don't know how to explain to you. Yesterday was almost like a funeral and a wedding at the same time type of feeling. And I had to wake up. I had to, really get myself together and my mental. It was my mental more than anything, and say, listen, come on now, you can do better than this. You can do better than this. You don't have to sit here and process all of this stuff and go down, down, down. Whatever it may be. You don't have to do that. There's a reason to smile. You know what I mean? There's a reason to smile, so don't do this. Because I'm telling you, and I told the family member, because we were in a conversation, and they had came in from work, and they were saying about how people were acting at their job, and I had already been, through a few things already because it was wild. It's been wild. I had already had some other stuff that put me in a certain type of mindset. And when I added that on, it took me to like, wanting to cry at the same time and smile with the conversation that we were having because I was carrying so many emotions, you know what I mean? From other things that's happened in my life and how I'm feeling and something bad that happened earlier. And you see that, when you start doing that, the devil is happy to see you, to catch you when you're down, because that's the perfect time to pile on more mess so that he can block you from hearing God and block your blessings, and then you in this dump. Because that's what it was. I was like, what happened earlier? Some problems, a little bit of stuff that happening, whether it's in your family, at your job. We just had a problem in the kitchen, in the kitchen side where the stove and refrigerator. We kept having the lights, the lights would go out in that area only. The whole electric, all five of the electrical outlets wasn't working. So we had the electrician folks come out here 2 or 3 times, and they couldn't figure out what it was. So they put in new outlets, and it still was happening. You know what I mean? So you're like, what we do now? You know what I mean? I'm still recovering. What do we do? And that's not a big deal. But I'm just saying, when you got that and like other things going on, it gets to be like it crowds you in. So I'm like, well, what do we do? What do we do? And then they said that it might be the refrigerator. And I'm like, oh boy, now another expense. You know, I don't want to have to get another refrigerator. Oh boy, what's going on? But guess what? That stuff has come to pass. Got the outlets replaced. God blessed me to be able to get another refrigerator, and we're back on track. But look how I would what would have happened. Look how I was acting. I could have stayed down in the trailer where I didn't have no kind of way to get no new refrigerator, because we took the refrigerator, but when we plugged the refrigerator up on the dining room side, the refrigerator worked fine over there. But I guess it was too much current, because it's been working fine for the last couple of years. I've only had the refrigerator about maybe 3 or 4 years, and it was working fine, but it was just, I guess it was time, but it was nothing wrong with the refrigerator. It was running fine. But at the same time, we always look at the mess instead of the brighter side of things. The mess always. And then you're thinking about, dag, I just got over there, now this is happening with my health, this is happening with this family member. Just like when I had the situation when I had surgery, it was only a couple of weeks or so after surgery, I had a family member that got silicone glue in their eye, and we had to go to the emergency room, and I had to drive them in my condition. You see what I mean? But God made a will and a way. And then we had to follow up with a doctor's appointment the next day. And then you know how you start getting, oh, the refrigerator, oh, my health, and not looking at, I got the money because God's blessed me. I can get another refrigerator. I'm able to drive to the doctor's appointment because this is an emergency. And if I'm going to the hospital or the emergency room, even though I just had surgery, I would be in good hands. You see how he's so quick to let everything look worse than what it is. Instead of feeling irie and say it's good. And then I had this feeling here with we went to we had an appointment that we had to get go out for, and it ended up being where they canceled us 2 hours before we got there, but they didn't give us the notice. So then we had to turn back around, and this was Tuesday. Then we had to turn back around and go right back to the same place again. You know what I mean? That was a bunch of people talking and messing up paperwork and all that. You know how you got a lot of stuff, and then you know how your emotions will get you. But if you're strong, you will survive. But I'm telling you, these things pile up on you, little things, and then a lot of people may say, oh, that's not a big deal. Well, it depends on how it affects you and what your situation is. But it shouldn't take you down like that if you are walking with God. See, this is what we got to do. Action. Words. You understand? Words is not enough. It's your action. You know what I mean? And one thing people don't realize is that you can get around and show and fool a lot of people, but what God knows what's truly in your heart, mind, and soul. That's who you need to really get in touch with, because I know that with me, when anytime I read like the Bible, I get into it real good, and it really does help me. It really does help me. Even if you're somewhere and you're not able to physically read the Bible, go over what you know that's already in your soul, your mind, and your heart to try to soothe yourself. Because I'm telling you, it's not far. It's not far. That edge is not far for any of us. A lot of people be running around, living it up big. Oh, I got this money, this car, that. And inside is sick in the mind, soul weak. You see what I mean? And that has nothing to do with having 3 cars and a house and a new baby and a husband and a new grandchild and a great grandchild. That has nothing to do with if your mental health ain't right and you're not okay. It's not. There's nothing. And I keep telling people, you have to weigh money over morals. Money can't get you into heaven. Morals can, because of what you believe in and you following God and working on your salvation. Because that's a big deal for me constantly, is to battle these storms of life. Because if I don't, I'm not going to get nowhere. But at the same time, I'm not saying that any of we are not supposed to feel sad some days, stressed out. But it's what strength you gather from it. Because like I said, you have 2 choices. It can make you bitter or it can make you better. And there's nothing wrong with going down in emotion sometimes. There's nothing wrong with me feeling sad, overwhelmed, up, down. It's what I do about it in the long run. How the outcome is going to be is where the priority is. And once I start doing them kind of things like that, I always get back up the right way. But if I allow it to take me down, then I won't win. And that's when, like I said before, it's easy because you can sit down really and just think about a lot of the negative stuff that's happened in your life, and it don't matter what you have now. If you allow the negative stuff, I'm talking about real big things that happen to you. If you allow it to affect you, it will drain you all the way out. I'm telling you, because I had a nasty feeling that was off and on. That yesterday was so much of a mess that I wanted to keep going. I had just came from a mess, and I just didn't want to go home. I didn't want to go home, so we decided not even to drive, to walk somewhere, to clear our heads, walk. And we walked. And that was good. And then I got home and I sat down for a couple of more hours and I started feeling that kind of way again. And I had to leave off again by myself this time. By myself this time. And when I left off and took that walk, I got back into the better perspective, but I needed to feel what I feel, what I was feeling. I needed to feel upset, overwhelmed, a bit defeated, stressed out, tired, because I need to use those emotions to make me stronger, even though they weaken me in some moments. I was able to gather my strength up and feel better about it. And that's not going to be the first or the last. Do you understand what I mean? Because it gets bad. This has been horrible. These different things that's been going on. And like I said before, it's crazy to get out here and think you're going to live this life and not be hurt. You got to look at it. Just say, for instance, when you have a woman, just say, and I'm not trying to push the men to the side or disrespect anybody, but when you have a woman, she a breed. Anytime she's carrying a picnic there, right? No matter what's going on outside in the world, that baby can hear all of that. When the mother is upset, even when you have your husband and kids and other people around you, and they're crying and upset and loud music, that baby is experiencing different emotions and fears. Please. Different emotion and fears and stuff like that. Oh, you can throw it. Yeah. Oh, thank you. That was nice of you. Thank you. Consider it. That was nice. God bless you. That baby that you're carrying is already feeling afraid. What's that noise? What's that sound? And then when you go into labor, it doesn't matter if you have a C-section or a vaginal delivery. That baby is experiencing different emotions coming out of the water, down the birth canal, to be born in the world, and to hear people around them cleaning them up. They people they never heard. These doctors, these nurses around them. Then they get the first pain of the physical pain in a different way when they give them the first shot. If you're a parent that do immunizations, I'm not telling nobody what to do with your family. I'm just giving you an example. You cannot live this life without experiencing pain. Love and hate will never be friends in this life. Everybody gets hurt. Even babies that come in the world get hurt. Even when it comes to just a fall down, learning how to ride their bike and fall down and skin up the knee, the arm. Pain is a part of our existence, but it will all be pleasure when we make it to the promised land. That's the whole thing about none of this was ever meant to be what it is, y'all. And our whole thing is that each individual is responsible for getting their own crown of life. Can't nobody get saved for you. You understand what I mean? You can even have kids and people that you're around that you raise up to believe in God, but you cannot do it for them. You can only take them so far and then they're on their own. You got to do it yourself. You have to give thanks and praise, and whatever you do is what's going to be what gets you into heaven, not what somebody else do or say. It's got to be you making it. And I promise you, y'all, it is hard, but it's not so hard. Hello, mommy. How you doing? Thank you for coming. And the reason why it's so hard in certain ways is because we're tempted all the time. We're tempted all the time, and that's what the whole problem is. But once you get yourself right with God, can't nothing touch you. You know what I mean? And a lot of people don't understand that, and it depends on if you're religious or not, because I know a lot of people get upset when you speak about God, and you have to watch who you're talking to, because if they're not believers, that's their choice. I'm not judging nobody. I'm not trying to preach to nobody, but I'm just saying whatever you believe in that's good. That's the strength that you have to lean on to make it. Because the temptations out here, it's almost in some cases just as easy to do something bad as it is to do something good, because we have a battle that we're caught in between all the time, and our thoughts, our minds, our will, our emotions are always on display, and it's so quick, to change. It could change with, in the blink of an eye, and you find yourself like, oh my gosh, did I make the right choice? Even, just being around, every day of what you're eating, how you taking care of yourself, keeping your house clean. Those are choices that have to be made and things that have to be done right. But it's all up to you to make the right choice at the right time. And then you make a mistake, you can always start over again. And it's hard, y'all. Some people, and I carry, and like I said, and like I said, I'm working on trying to figure out how to stop stumbling over the same things repeatedly. You know what I mean? Because I have a way of constantly, feeling the guilt, like for people that I've lost. And now it's very hard to remember them because they've been gone so long. And it's a deep down hurt and a sad, and you getting mad at yourself sometimes because you're still here and they're not. You feel a lot of guilt, and that's not how we're not supposed to stay in that feeling. It's not, and that's not how the people that are not here with you want you to feel. But you have to process your emotions. And I tell you, like I said, I've had like two certain deaths in my family that I've allowed to affect me for way over 20 years. Even to this day, I'm finally freeing myself from feeling any kind of way about it, even though it didn't have nothing to do with me. This was something that happened, but I carried the guilt just for being alive still. Feeling bad that I'm still here and they're not. All of these things, and once again, God, God is the ruler of all of this, and whenever He comes for you, can't nobody stop. There's no way. People don't realize there's no way around your death. You know how it is when you have somebody that almost passed away and they were able to be brought back to life. It wasn't that they beat it. It wasn't their time yet, but they had to go through their journey right quick, and come back. But it wasn't their time, because there's no way around us not being here. When it's your time, and can't nobody tell you when that is. That's why you have to live the best of your ability, because I tell you, when you live a life with regrets, it eats you up like a cancer. No matter how you run around and smile, no matter how many goals you accomplish, when you have something like that hovering over your head, you never really get to live to your fullest ability, because you always got some kind of deep sunken feeling in you, and that deprives you of your blessings because it's blocked by something God has tried to work through for the good in you, so that you wouldn't have to carry that burden. You know what I mean? Because I have a lot of that in me. And I know you people are busy, so I'm going to stop talking, because I know I've been talking a while. And I don't want you guys to ever feel that I'm here just running off at the mouth, and that you guys have to stay and listen to every little thing that I'm saying, because I know you guys got life and time. Y'all, listen, y'all got life and time. Yes, y'all got things to do with your time. Thank you so much, everybody. And I'm still here. I'm just going to put on a little music and let y'all rock with it for a minute and tell me how you like it. Here we go from Yard Style. Big up when some in the building. Thank you, mommy, for coming. Here we go now. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. Just tweak your body, your mind. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. Your whip
some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, 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 baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Can't twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh, baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, oh, butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight.
What's up? It's Joey's World. Hey, Lisa, I didn't know you were here. I was on here probably for about a half hour talking and chatting it up with a couple of people, and then I left off for a while and I just swung back through, but I never knew you were here and I was getting it in for quite a while. How you doing? What's up? It's Joey's World. How you doing, sis? Oh, I am sorry. I didn't know that. You know, you guys are so awesome, and I got my lovely people here. I can't believe I didn't know you were here. Because, see, what happened was I was having a good conversation here, and, I didn't know if I was talking too long, so I decided to leave off, and I just popped back in. And one of my guys, Red Rum, was still here too, and I didn't even know. And I feel so bad because I stopped talking and I put on music for a while. Then I put the waterfall sound back on and started doing something totally different. You are awesome too, sis. You guys are so amazing. I tell you, I just got through talking, with a few people about this situation with, one of my friends is from Canada, so she didn't, that voting thing wasn't her thing. And I didn't get into deep politics, who and who, but I'm telling you, this thing has been an absolute nightmare. And it's not over. See, a lot of people, oh, they selected the candidate, everybody calm down. Nobody's calming down right now. This thing has gotten so bad that folks are leaving their jobs, arguing at work. You know what I mean? Disgruntled. It went to the left so hard that and what bothers me the most is I don't know how people can get themselves this turned up when you can't control what's going to happen and who's going to get picked. Every party can have who they want every time around. You understand? You're not going to be able to, either side is not going to be able to get the candidate they want all the time. These folks don't care nothing about us. Just like the party that didn't win, this person's already wealthy and set for life. They don't care nothing about this. And the thing is, I don't see how, this is what bothers me the most is, how is a person going to get mad? And I know it's over and they selected someone, but how is a person going to get mad, but yet they want to pick who they want to pick and get mad at you for who you picked? Oh, eye infection. Oh, I'm sorry from all the debris. Voluntary. It's oh, the prednisone. It's awful. Oh yeah, I know it is. I know it is. A lot of folks don't like fooling with that either. I hope you feel better and get to heal up. I'm sorry to hear that. Doing something good. You see what I mean? You're out here doing something good. God will bless you for it, sis. I'm so sorry that's happening to you. And I'm here talking about some foolishness. This is awful. I'm sick from the meds. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you get better soon. Yeah. See, that's one thing I always say, and a lot of people don't pay attention when I be talking, but that's one thing about medicine. Medicine can fix one thing and damage another. Just like with salt and sugar, they make things taste good, but they are misleading flavors. You understand what I mean? Honey, if you use them the wrong way or too much of it, you pay in the end. So I know exactly how that is. I know, and see what I mean about the meds. It's like when people go through like chemotherapy and radiation, you have to kill the good cells and the bad cells. You see how it is? It doesn't matter, even if it's just a simple aspirin. You know what I mean? The Tylenol, the Motrin. All of these things have side effects, some kind of way. In the long run, sometimes immediately. I hope that you feel better. I do. And do you see how it's one thing after another with all this stuff with our lives? That's why I said that we can't take things for granted because you don't know what's going to happen. Even their little minds, even shaving. Yes, it's got crazy. Somebody was doing some saluting like they, was Hitler. I'm serious. And arguing at people, just simply saying, yeah, we got our guy. And if you don't respond back, they want to curse you out because you didn't respond at all. That meant you went for the other team when in fact you didn't want to be bothered and just didn't say anything. I promise you, there's people that deciding to transfer their jobs, people that they've been working with for years, all of a sudden, since the politician situation occurred, people are hating on each other that's been friends for years and good co-workers and neighbors. I mean, it's out of control. One of my friends said, good for you, sister. I know you're strong. I'm glad you're on the mend. But yeah, I just don't understand what we dealing with here. This is just making things harder in life. And once again, and as I always say, why are you worried about somebody else's right? I got a girl I met a little while ago, and she told me that every year when her mother votes, her mother never says who she votes for. She don't even tell her husband. She said, "My vote is my business and it's private." And she never tells anybody who she votes for. She says she keeps it to herself and it's her own personal business. And I like that. She don't even tell her husband. Nobody ever knows who she votes for. And I understand that 100% because of the fact that it's too much unnecessary drama, mayhem, hurt, anger behind something that is your right. That's the thing that kills me. People want to do what they want to do, but they want to get in the way of somebody doing what they want to do. When you can just simply mind your business. That's all it takes. Is to mind your own business and stay in your lane and live your merry life. It's that simple. I don't understand how so many people are so out of whack with this situation when it has nothing to do with you. You can't expect to get your way and then somebody else not get theirs. It's just like, it's crazy. Always said, never discuss money, religion, and politics. But I guess that's old school thinking. Well, you know what? I think that she's telling the truth. But I know with me, I'm able to do it all. But it depends on what ears you're speaking to and how you approach it and what you're saying. But I think for the most part, the way the cruelty is in the world and how people are, it is better not to discuss those things with with people. But on the other hand, like I said, I like to discuss any and everything, but I kind of learn, you know, how to deal with those things if I want to have that conversation. But I think we're better off without it because what I've been seeing, and I'm not talking about just on the news, but first of all, social media has gone completely nuts. They've gotten out of their undies, out of control over this. But what I have been seeing physically, and my family members from at places of employment, I had no you have no idea who you working with or even neighbors because I got one friend that I meant to say too that said that they had people because they had a little stick in the ground. You know how you put who you voting for and you stick that in the ground. They had so many different people that was coming up on their property and stopping outside, honking horns and cursing at their house and getting irate, getting crazy because of who they're represented that they got in their yard. And it didn't matter what candidate it was what people that drove by or walked by seen and how they felt about it. You know what I mean? And then I got some people that are going crazy, happy because they got who they wanted, but they're disrespecting people, period, that doesn't even have anything to do with the situation. This is what we do here. Very ugly and very hateful. And they really have got disgusting on social media. I had no idea, and I promise you, this is one of the worst seasons that I've seen. Whenever, if I'm in, like I said, if I'm in the States or, in an island, you get what I'm trying to explain to. I can see, oh my gosh, it's very scary because people are so divided by a lot of things that's none of their business and a lot of things that they don't even have to get into it over. It just doesn't make sense to worry about you being able to do and vote and whatever you want to do, but when somebody else do it, you're upset with them over it. It's none of your business. No, they don't know how to because they want to control everything. And half of the stuff is how is it fair though if we're out at a restaurant and I order pizza because I want pizza and you order a grinder and I get mad because you don't want pizza or don't like pizza. What the heck does that have to do with prices going up? The economy. I mean, this is all I can't. You know what? This is why I got a short circle of people and I keep it Gucci. You know what I mean? I can't do this. I don't have time for this. I did not come here for this foolishness. I can't do it. I can't do it. And I've been having, family member that have called me from, different parts of the world with how folks are reacting to what's going on. And I got one of my friends that live in Houston, before they selected the candidate, they had like in their area, they had voting at like schools and libraries. And if you go in the place to vote and you have a pendant or anything indicating what team you're voting for, they will pop pow at you. And you know what I'm talking about, right? I thought that was totally disgusting. They were hanging around the voting podiums to try to attack the people if they didn't vote for. It depends on who you pick. You get what I mean? If those people wanted this team, those will pow pow at you. If you go for that team, those will pow pow at you. People that they asked them, do you vote? Said no. They got pow pow, cussed out. Then you got people that are independent that didn't don't that vote independently got cussed out. And these are big people problems at jobs. People getting sent home from work. People being fired. Yes, not just before they selected the candidate, but who they selected and why all of this stuff. Because you ever notice that anytime when you get somebody that's really awful in office, excuse me, people tend to act up on a regular basis. They turn this into a new pursuit of hurt, not happiness. Excuse me, and that's becoming a big thing that's going on everywhere. People are trying to run someone else's life when theirs is in shambles. And I always tell folks, you're looking at what somebody else is doing. The grass may look greener on the other side, but it still has to be mowed. So you got to stay in your lane, man, and mind your business. It's terrible. Terrible. This is why I don't I have changed my life extremely since like 2007. Even when it comes to family, whether it's across the water or in the states or in between, I've changed my life because I can't be bothered with that foolishness, even with families. She said, I agree. This has been the yes, yes, it has. It is, and the thing is, you know what I keep trying to tell people. This is what should make you more aware of wolf in sheep clothing, because I know that like a good majority of these people, even me myself personally, that I've dealt with or deal with, they showed themselves to be totally different for a large amount of years before the voting season came up. So it's all a lie. Because if they're reacting like this shows you a part of them. You know what I mean? Especially when you've had company cookouts at locations, or some people get involved personally after work and different things like that. I mean, I don't do that anymore because of how I live for safety reasons, but I'm just saying, I've seen some things now. I've seen people that, they're squabbling with each other because, see, when I'm, I've been kind of in and out here lately because of my medical issues, but I don't indicate what I do or not, whether I vote or not with anybody at work or anything like that. So there's nothing that they could say or do to me because I'm not involved at all, and they don't know my personal business in that way, because I know we got a lot of clowns out here. But what I've seen them do to each other, people that I've seen that have been working together, 4 or 5 years, and you got to count how often voting is, unless you get, you know what I'm saying, every 4 years. You know what I'm trying to explain. And I've seen people, you were good 4 years. People have gotten involved, and women have had kids, and their coworker is the godmother now, and their husbands are good friends, and they've been friends for 4 years and taking vacations together. And when this voting situation started, they're at each other's throats with daggers, and no longer friends. That shows you really. So what was it? Just think about it. What was your friendship really then? If you got something that fell apart like that over this. And see, what happened is with a lot of these folks, they never really discussed their political views with each other while hanging, being friends, going to cookouts, co-workers, even neighbors. They've never expressed that part, so you don't know that about them, and you've been able to be friends. But now that you know somebody's voting, how can you stop if you had a child 4 years ago and that person is the godparents, and now you took that away because of a vote? It to me wasn't real from the beginning, because you should not be able to get that messed up unless somebody done unlived somebody or did something vile to somebody for you to behave in that kind of way. There's no way it shows you that that's not real. You know, and I always tell people, I know a lot of married couples that, you know, a woman has kids and, you know, with her husband, and two of them are not even his and he don't even know it. Or I know some women that's been married to men 20 years and don't know that he got 2 or 3 kids outside of their marriage. I'm not judging, I'm just speaking. Reality. Yeah, and nervous, hoping it will calm down. Yeah, you have to, because it affects all of us, because they're rioting against, even if you don't have nothing to do with it, just to come up in the space and get bashed in the head from walking by and you didn't even know something is going to get started up here. You didn't discuss politics with anybody or who you voted for, and they're starting a riot while you in the grocery store trying to get you a good cut of steak for dinner. You don't know what's going to happen. You know, it's a lot of different stuff that's happening out here pertaining to this, and I have to be honest. There's, you know, one of the candidates that like this kind of drama. They stir up this kind of stuff deliberately because that's how they are. You know, and that's serious. And you know what I'm talking about. They love to be nasty and disgruntled, and you know, division. And I keep telling people to stop. You know, no disrespect. I don't want nobody to get mad, but I don't do all that Black Lives Matters and all that mess like that. I keep telling people this is not a black and white thing either. This is a red, white, and blue thing. Stop the games. Show me what you're really working with. Stop lying. It's sad, you know. It's sad. And I noticed that what people don't understand, like when they have that saying, which is a true saying, that God created us equal, people don't understand what that means. When they say that God's created us equal, He's not. It doesn't have anything to do with your race, what skin color you are, your ethnic background. Is who the core of us, what we are in the core of us, our heart, our lungs, our soul, our body. She says, I think social media has had a lot to do with, yes, oh, they want it, and the person, you know, certain parties have provoked people deliberately. You know, you're cheering on negativity, you know. And then, like I said, we had one candidate that was in office, you know, that many years, and the only reason why they picked him was because of racism. You know what I'm talking about, because of what color, not for what they could do, what color. And then this, you know, then you had a female going here. You've had a female going before. They were just picking these females just because they were women, a lot of the women, and that's not how you vote. You don't pick people just by their racial and you know, their sexual orientation. That has nothing to do with it. If you want to select somebody that's going to be good to represent things that may affect you in a profound way, it has nothing to do. Oh, we're going to pick because that's a woman. Let us woman rule. That's not a good enough excuse to me. You know what I'm saying? And then, oh, this man, because he's representing this color of people, you know, these lives matter. That has nothing to do with it. That has nothing to do with it. And I'm gonna be honest with you too. A lot of people have stopped voting because of these types of things. It then got way out of control. Yeah, I think they posted outrageous stuff. Do this for views and money, not for the cause. That's right. That is it. That's exactly what you got. That absolutely right. It's all about and at the end of the day, this is what all of this is about too. Anyway, people looking for the coin. Everybody done went so crazy about money that they forgot the simple values of just being alive. You know what I mean? A lot of people say, we're supposed to all have a plan for our lives. So, you say, well, what do you think you're going to be doing 10 years from now? It done got so bad that you don't even know if you're going to make it 5 minutes from now because the world is depleting. As we know, as we speak, it's depleting. And it's getting worse and worse. And the hate is, and see that when you're about to hate, you're not if you're a Christian people, because I don't like to get into religion with people because people get out of hand with that. But I tell you, just period in the world, no matter what you believe in, there's more negative it seems to be than it is positive. And good situationships. It's sad, but yet the truth. You know, and I noticed that this is this type of situation with these politics has provoked a lot of people to start getting into racism when the race don't have anything to do with it. Like I said, it's not a black and white thing; it's a red, white, and blue thing. Sad. We don't to the islands. That's right. I know what you mean. We didn't love. I know what you mean. Yeah, because sometimes you gotta you gotta move on. You got to get up out of it because it's not what you want no more. It done got bad. That's why I said just like I got a friend right now that just went back to their motherland and they were thinking about going to live there permanently. But as they seen their motherland and how it is now opposed to what it was back when they lived there, they were like, "There's no way we can make it here." Because they wanted to get out of the states and go back to the island. Where it's different things going on, more low key, but it then got kicked up there. And it has a lot to do with the people that are living there that made things, that changed things, for a negative, for the negative. Because I know the difference between where you are, and things are starting to get out of hand, and you would rather just. I got a couple that have went over to they left and moved over to Arizona for a different life than what they're living, where they were, for some peace and tranquility. It's all going to hell in a handbasket. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, I'm just using that as a figure of speech. But yeah, it's out of control. It's all too many, and it's people that causing all of this hate, anger, and division that we're all struggling with in the world. People are doing this. It just didn't come about. It's people behavior and conduct. And I don't see it getting no better no time sooner. It's so sad though. The holidays coming up. Oh, I know. That's what I was going to tell you. Yeah, that right there. Yeah, that's it too, Lisa. Oh my goodness, girl. Listen, I was thinking about that, and I was just like I said, I was just chatting a long time And what you just said there with the family and the holidays, I just touched base with that. I was also touching base on how I'm feeling emotionally with a few bumps in the road with some family that I don't, I don't partake with. You know what I mean? And it's not because obviously I'm glad, not nothing to do with politics, but odds and ends. And then some people are at war with family because of politics, unfortunately, and whatever else. That's the worst thing too. Around the holidays, to sit up there and be mad and getting upset with each other and sad and alone. You know how that goes. You know what it is. Unfortunately, and that's what we've come to these days. That's the reason why I decided to get with my certain family members that we're on the same page the right way. Not politics, but far as how we treat each other and what we're here to do and what we're living for, Because all blood ain't good blood, unfortunately. And I think sometimes that's when people start feeling the worst is around the holidays. And sometimes, too, around the holidays, that's when people like to act a fool. You know what I mean? And some people, families are messed up over politics. And then you know what kills me about it? You argue to death down, right? And have division and hate and anger with each other for something you can't do nothing about. You know? There's nothing you can do about that. It's sad, but it's the truth. There's nothing that you can do about somebody's views about certain things. You have to keep that off the table, just like you said what Grandma said. It's best to keep it off the table because if it's going to bring that kind of stuff into play, it's not worth it. Not worth it. Just stay in your lane. You don't have to, have your relationship based on what somebody's political views are. You love them for them. And all of that stuff is people's rights too. You can't violate people's rights. This is why I can't be bothered with a whole bunch of hoopla, and why I don't live with it. Because I got so much stuff going on when it comes to that. I don't play that game. I done got that straightened up a long time ago about how, with family and all this foolishness. We gotta roll right or we ain't rolling. Stop playing games and get where you belong. Stay in your lane. People have fallen outs in family over who somebody choose to marry, what your sexual preference is. It's a lot of stuff that's not really anybody's business. What choice you make, even if you're the parent of a child and they decide that they don't want to get married, or they don't want to be religious, or their sexual orientation. It's still none of your business. People really got to get with the reality and stop playing games. Sad girl, I'm telling you, we in some times that if you don't know who you are by now, you'll never know. Hey, you honey, there's not too many level heads out here. Folks love the foolishness. She says, it just feels like everything is just a mess. It's so messed up. It is, girl. And the thing too with that too, Lisa, is not even this politics just swung another wrench into things. But there's a lot of stuff that just ain't right no more, and a lot of stuff that's not going to get any better. You get what I mean? In certain areas. That's why it is so important for us to stay grounded and in what we know that's right in our family and whatever friends we have. You know what I mean? Because things are all discombobulated in so many different areas of the world, period. Not even just this situation that's going on with, who picked who, because that just throws a monkey wrench into an already made disaster. You know what I mean? It's like the way life is going around here. It's like a tornado or something that's going through, destroying everything in its path. And making life harder and messier. And it seems like this is like getting worse and worse day by day. It don't seem like a lot of this stuff is gonna clear up and get better. It's gonna continue to get worse. And that's why I've decided that I was gonna do my best at fighting for peace and tranquility, staying around, the right positive people as much as possible, even though, that's hard to do. I'm trying to find hope in laughter. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Because I know one thing, you can't even, you may get out here and, got your family a little bit together, and your coworkers could be the biggest pain in the you know what. You know what I mean? So a lot of this is hard and sad. Hard and very sad to try to, get things organized the right way, because a lot of people actions do affect you, and they can affect you profoundly. A lot of people, oh, well, that don't got nothing to do with me. Yeah, yes, it will. Yes, it will. Certain things that people do out here will affect you. That's why we got to keep the joy and the laughter and the smiles the best we can. And you know how serenity goes. Change the things that you can change and accept the things that you cannot. Because there's a lot of weight to carry on yourself trying to make everybody happy. You do your best, you put your best foot forward, and whoever ain't laughing and smiling with you, you just have to stay in your lane. Because this is bad, and this is not just with the politics situation. This is an over around the world thing. See, people only can see, they only want to see a certain, view of things. And also, it's not just happening to certain people just because of where you live or who you're around. It's the people that make the mess. You know what I mean? It's the people. I know that I've been around different people at work and stuff. She says, okay, I want to share something funny with you. She said she had like that standpoint on. It's perfectly is okay. Okay. Yes, girl. She says, is it okay? Yes, please do, sweetie. Yes. Share some love, baby. I need it poured all over me. I need to be baptized with it. Give it up, Lisa. I need the love. Share and share like girl. Bring it on. I am here for it. Mix this up. She says, I found it by accident looking up a recipe, and it is just the most ridiculous thing. Uh-oh. She said the most ridiculous thing. Give it up, give it up, give it up. I am here for it. I am here for it. Honey, because life is life, and who couldn't love and use a smile? I found it. Looking for a recipe by accident. So even cooking was funny. Oh, girl, you was something else. Hey, hey. Joe thought you suck at cooking. It was so funny. Oh, that's so sweet. Yes, you guys are having a lot of fun, girl. You guys have been on a lot of wonderful adventures, and we have been lucky to live vicarious by you guys, especially me bringing me along. I have been enjoying it. That was nice what you guys did for Veterans Day, by the way. I don't know if I told you I enjoyed it. I seen it on Instagram too. I just didn't get a chance to comment on Instagram, but I did watch the actual YouTube video. You got to excuse me. I make up a lot of my own lotion, so I'm just mixing potions right now. Let's see what we got going here. Hey, we try. I know that. That's right, Lisa. That's all we can do, girl, and be better for it. That's right. That's all you can do is try. You can let it make you bitter, or it can make you better. I know that's right, honey. I'm here for it. I just try, honey. Just try. 'Cause I know. Rome wasn't built overnight, so. Bird. Horrible. Horrible. It's a nightmare. Girl, it's getting worse. And now they got one that they're getting ready to set up in the front of their house. I don't even know what to do about it. And what problem I'm having too is that I remember you mentioned about getting those fake snakes. The problem that I'm having is I gotta remember when my lawn care guys come to take up all of the snakes if I'm gonna try it. Because if not, they're gonna end up going right into it, if you know what I mean. It's a mess. Though it's a mess. I'm gonna tell you, I've been, like I said, backwards and forth to islands and around different places. Minnesota, I've been there for real. And I tell you, I've seen some birds come that I've never seen before. Nowhere. They look like hybrids. And this is how much the hunger is around, I guess, too, for them searching for food. But I've seen some that I ain't never seen before, and it's not good. It's not good, sis. I don't even know how to what to even do at this point. The only thing, like I said, I can try the fake birds, and I'm trying to hunt me down one of those eagles that make sound, because the one that I've had, they didn't got hip to that already. You know what I mean? And they're not even bothered by it anymore. And we had got it under control before this new person came with all of that. Yes, they may think. Yes, yes, definitely. And then not seeing them and mowing over it and messing up their that is a serious thing right there too. Scare them and damaging their lawnmowers too, because that gets caught up in there because of that plastic. You know what I mean? So I got to figure out. I need help really bad though with this. It's serious business. Because this is got craziness coming from everywhere. Like I told you, I've seen birds I've never seen before, and they're looking like hybrid. I don't know what that is, what they are. I've been trying to look it up, and it looks like, quite a few of the birds have mated with different species or something, and I'm serious. So that's a whole new lifestyle that we got to deal with now, because that's just gonna get, well, it's getting worse, you know. And then, once the squirrels start seeing what's going on, they're gonna be attacking it to eat. And different types of bugs too are attracted to that kind of stuff, because there's I forgot what they said this was. It was some type of roach, or a few different types of birds that I mean, not birds, like insects that will eat anything, you know once they know that there's food there. And they all send out different signals, and a lot of them, know where to go, or directed where to go. So it's gonna continue to get worse, you know, because once that start happening, it takes on a life of its own. And honey, I can't do it. I can't do it. It's horrible, totally horrible. I'm just mixing up a potion of lotion. Let's see more Lisa. Density is not there. Yeah, it's a problem, sis. I gotta come up with something. You know what? I don't know why I haven't done that. That is something that I'm gonna while we're talking, I'm gonna look up and see if somebody got some plans, because I gotta do. I'm telling you, girl, this is dangerous. I can't even have a garden. You hear? Can't even have it. You know how we saying that we like to grow? I know you can do a little things in your house and in the windowsill and things of that, but I just know that there's nothing like having a nice outdoor garden, greenhouse. You know what I mean? And it don't matter how you cage it in, these thirsty bursties will attack it. And even if they can't get in it, they just hang around it just to be around, you know? I'm gonna look that up. I don't know why I didn't do that. I feel so dumb. I don't know why I didn't even think of to look that up. I really can't believe that we're sitting here and I haven't looked that up on YT. I'm trying to think of who else too. I think a farmer told me too something about, I don't know if they said get some, I forgot what, some type of fur. Yeah, you know where I'm going with this, girl. Just as dumb as a doorknob some days, and too smart on others. I'm trying to think. Somebody told me a farmer or something, but I don't remember what kind of fur they said to get that fur and put it around in your yards because they don't like it. I don't know. I can't remember what it was. But I'm definitely going to get my slow butt. Not dumb, just frustrated. That's right. Never talk bad about yourself or others, huh? Ah, you're right. You're right, sis. And that's all it is, frustrated. Losing common sense by being frustrated. Life, I'm telling you, girl, life. And I know they say a lot of things about when you got all that frustration going, you can't even think clear. It's true. It's true. We get so caught up that we don't even realize. Or once again, I always say, think about what you're thinking. And it's not good either. Just like you're saying, it's not dumb, just frustrated, a little thrown off. 'Cause I'm telling you, this is not good. This is not good. This is not good. I'm telling you, this is not good. The moment, and the thing that's so bad about it is that we had just got that under control to a small. I promise you, a small amount that was feasible. I promise you, a small amount that was feasible. You get what I'm saying? A small amount that was feasible that you could deal with and wasn't too bad. And it had been all right like that for a couple of years, if you know what I mean. And now it just opened the floodgates. I mean, wide open, even with a back door. It's been got that bad. They started living inside your vent over your refrigerator. That outside, you know how that goes out for the vent. That had to be sealed off. It's been a mess. And I don't know anybody that. Well, obviously these folks don't care, but the newbies, man, they done brought the nightmare on Elm Street. I don't see how even the people that even like with me living like different parts of the world like in islands and down in south in Georgia, they never ever, you notice how they always kept a big giant scarecrow and all that kind of stuff. They never, even when they wanted to feed and tend to the birds, they never brought it that close to the house. It would be out somewhere yonder in the field, you know what I mean? Way out in the field somewhere, opposed to being right there at your door. Like you almost getting attacked and pecked because so many of them. Because when you start that, because they got crows coming and all that too. Crows. Girl, it ain't. This ain't good. This ain't what you want. They done brought some species from around the world, and I've been seeing some beautiful ones though. Red robins, blue jays, and some pretty, pretty ones. But I don't want them all over my banister or trash cans and all that either, though. That's not the kind of way I get down. I don't like them that damn much. We never were partial to those feeders right up around us, even with family, like I said, in the island and down south and different parts of the world. You keep that at bay because they destroy stuff. You know what I mean? They do with just the feces alone, and then they start nesting everywhere. You know, and that becomes a problem. Then you don't know what they're carrying. You go to pull your trash can and grab on a glob or whatever they left behind, and they got a little open cut on your hand. You don't know that'll land you in the damn hospital. I'm serious. I'm not even exaggerating. It's just it's a nightmare. This is all being it's like a repeat of you get rid of one crowd and then another one comes in with a different set of negative drama. People just don't know how to live amongst each other and get along right. It's a mess. Because I really feel that when you have neighbors, whether you own property or not, you have to be considerate with what's conducive and respectful for them. I have to. It's imperative that I do because this could be a real big problem with make you want to call it the health department type problem. 'Cause that's never been okay. Never been okay to do that. Never. I don't know where all these people are coming from or what's going on. And that's the only thing that I hate too is like if you even if you own property, like I said, and you live next to people that like just say for instance, if you had some folks, like we have a lot of folks that are older people and they have moved in with family because they're old or even went into a retirement home, but their property is being rented out. You see what I mean? And whew, girl, I don't even know how to bring the words up. That's partially why this stuff right here has occurred because of that type of situation. Please keep me in your prayers for that because I need it. I don't even feel like it, man. This is just like walking in the twilight zone. I got a one of my YouTube sisters out here that's dealing with a problem with that and physical neighbors. So, and these people here, I haven't seen how they're going to behave yet because they've been kind of low key. So they haven't showed their true colors yet. You know how it is, the calm before the storm. Hopefully that won't happen. I can't. I'm just so tired, man. I remember, coming up even like through the trenches of living in the country or on an island and where you didn't have neighbors but from miles down the road, and that's the best way, honey. I'm not saying there's no good neighbors and that I've never had good neighbors, but for the most part, I'd rather be alone with the family than to be bothered with all of this new jack stuff because this is costly. It's negative, too much negativity. Very, very dysfunctional. Just praying that stay at some kind of peace here because this could get real bad. With that, and then even trying to say something. That ain't no joke. I'm telling you, that is no joke. I mean, we got too much going on in life to worry about in something that silly. You got to take that somewhere far out. You never bring that to your house like that. And then not have respect for your neighbors and things either. When you make those choices. Just like you can have a neighbor that has a dog, and that's, she says, yeah, it's a fine line to walk. Yes, it is. Very fine. Sad. And that's the thing with that, too. You can even have neighbors that have a dog. And if that dog is barking all times of the night, that's going to, disturb the groove for quite a few families in the neighborhood. You got to get that under control. Just because you own a house, that doesn't mean that you run the show and you disregard everybody else and don't respect other people. It's just crazy. It's a mess. Even with your kids or playing loud music. You know what I mean? All of those things have to be taken into account, out of respecting other people. But you got some folks that they ain't. They got a TV show, something about thy neighbor, and it's horrible. If you would see what these families got into, all of it led to somebody being unlived. All of it. On that show, and it's truth, all of it's truth. Real situations that happen. All of it always end up in one or two people being unlived because of that type of stuff of neighbors, whether it be the music playing loud, people got kids with a little basketball court out, loud music, arguing, hanging out, parking in front of other people's house with disturbance. All of it goes to that kind of stuff like that. All of the stories go to that kind of thing, and somebody always end up unlive. More than sometimes more than one person. You know what I mean? So that right there is serious situation. Scary. Scary, scary, scary. Because people want to, reach out and touch someone. When they come to dealing with those kind of folks, they want to turn it into physical. You know, when I watched that, I felt so bad because that's what it's called, Thy Neighbor or something like that. That's one of those shows. I don't know if some ID channel or one of those channels, but it's some of the worst stuff I've ever seen there that happened with neighbors. And like I said, it always end up with one or more people being unlived, and that's where it ends at because people have to move away, and the majority of the people owning the property, the house, you know what I'm talking about. So they can't just pack up and move off of incidents. You know what I mean? That's their home, their investment, their livelihood. They can't just pack up and leave. But when it comes to something like that, that's how it ends up being, though, eventually. You know? So what you got cooking here, Miss Girl? We're thinking about ordering something out. I'm not sure. What you gonna be cooking? Mm. 9-9, honey, and I'm telling you, it's fine, honey. Hatfields and the McCoys, honey, it's fine, because that can get more crazier than anything you know. That can be a nightmare. Mm-mm-mm. Now, don't let me hold you up, Miss Lady, if you got something to do. If you know I'll be here and I'll talk for days. Mixing these potions for this lotion. Boy, it says all you can do is just keep trucking. That's all, girl. You know what? That's all you can do and live with whatever it is and make the best of it because sometimes you can't even control that. That's all we can do. And not let it make us bitter, but make us better. Uh-oh. Oh. Wow, that is awesome. Oh, you do too, sweetheart. Thank you so much, honey. You take care. God bless you and the fam bam. Have a beautiful weekend. And I always find comfort. I promise you, Lisa. I always say if I'm around you and I let my hair down, I know you'll brush it for me. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you, beautiful. Have an awesome weekend. It is so good to sit. I wish I knew you personally, like physically, I would say, so that we would really have a ball, sis. I know we would. I can just tell by how our personalities mesh together, how we talk, and a lot of beliefs and stuff in life. We would be a good set of good Judies for each other. I'm so glad I found you, though. This is all I can get. I love it. And I thank you so much. And you guys are so awesome. And I love the way you take care of Joey. It's absolutely amazing. You and Keith are great people, and y'all deserve all that life has to offer. Thank you so, so much for being there for me and your warm conversations, your great advice, and hugging me with your whole heart. I appreciate it. Love you, sis. You are awesome. Beautiful. We will make it through, girl. You know that's one thing about us. We'll sit back and talk, honey. But we are the winners. We rule. We run this. Ain't no stopping us. How about that? Na 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 na. And the only thing we do, we talk because it's it's real reality, and it gets us through. But in the end, we always win. Go, girl. You already know. Thank you so much for being here, sweetie pie. Blessings to you, and I hope you continue to mend and heal, because I know you said you're going through a little something right now, and God will always make it better. Thank you so much. I promise you, girl. I feel like crying right now because it's happiness. You know what I mean? But the happy tears. People don't realize we have happy tears. Thank you, and God bless you, sis. See you later, sweetie. Have a good one. Here comes some music. We put a little bit of music on. We're going to throw in a little reggae just to turn up a little bit for this weekend. Turn up, turn up, turn up. Hey, I love all kinds of music. I grew up, though, on mostly like a lot of rock and roll and that type of music, but I like all different genres of music. You know what I mean? And I love like Sia, Adele. All of them is my girls right there. Oh my gosh. I like Taylor Swift's music. I mean, a whole bunch. See you later, sweetheart.
Don't wanna overthink it, baby. Just treat your body and mind. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're
You
giving
are
me
so right
real
about that, sis. And
rain.
I like that, though, because you can kind of tell. I mean, anytime we run into each other, it's
Baby,
always the
you
bomb.com.
give
We
me
always have a good time. But some of them
midnight.
days like that, you feeling kind of
You whip
drab,
up
or
my
you got something medical
appetite.
going on, even though you got a
Don't leave
wonderful
me here
family
high and
and good friends.
dry.
This is that little extra. You know how it is when you get that pizza cake and you want to
I
cut a
don't
thin
wanna
slice,
jinx
but you
it,
got to add a little bit
baby.
of topping on it.
Let's not
A little bit of topping. You already
get
got the cake. You got
ahead
some
of
frosting on it, but you got to add that little extra. I think that's what we bring to each other. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure a lot of other
but I
people,
don't
wonderful
wanna
women
miss
and
you,
men out here that you done met
baby.
on YT.
So
And
I
we got our
take
families, but
that
this is it. This is
taxi
it.
by
Just please remember that song. This is it. I can't sing, so I don't want to mess it up. Please tell me so. If this ain't nothing, let me stop. I'm probably singing it all wrong, but you know what I'm talking about, right? I'm just so desperate to get it out, I can't even get it right. Thank you so much, sweetie. Yes, I needed you, sis. Thank you. This is the
Baby,
perfect
you
dose.
give me
And like
ice
I said,
and
I hope you
fire.
continue to mend.
You're channeling wind and
We
rain.
needed each
You're
other,
some
we
kind
got
of
each other, and we're
butterfly.
better for it.
Baby, you give me
Hip hip
midnight.
hooray!
You whip up my appetite.
Hooray!
Don't leave me high and
I know
dry.
I'm being extra.
Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're
Have a good one, beautiful.
Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby. And twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh, baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, 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 baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby. And twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Just not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh, baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh, baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh. some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're gentle and wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, 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 baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby. And twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh, baby, you give me ice and fire. You're gentle and wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're gentle and wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh,
What's up, blessed girl? Thank you so much for coming. I'm sorry if I missed you. I hope you're doing well. God bless you and have an awesome weekend. I appreciate you stopping by. Thanks, love.